Evening there, folks, and welcome back to another stream with me, Fluent Code, here in the UK on Twitch and YouTube. Live on Twitch and YouTube again. Sorry, let me just adjust the camera here. Again, we are back with our very narrow viewing window where I can see you through all of these apertures that we have in front of us. They are there for a reason. They are there set up so that I can stream my miniature painting, which we're going to jump straight into. Let's do that right now. Let's hit a little bit of music now. This guy here should look a little bit familiar to anyone from the last stream. This is the Storm Giant that we started painting up. He's dried out now. The contrast paint that we put on his lightning bolt is actually looking pretty good. There's a little bit of a colour difference there, isn't there? I suppose when we get him up a little bit closer, yeah, that's it. You can see him a little bit better there. When he sat down on that green screen in front of you, it's a little bit hard to spot. So this is one of the miniatures that we're going to be working on this evening. I also have a Frost Giant that we're going to paint up, which I've just realised looks remarkably like the vehicle from Wrath of the Lich King. Storm Peaks area, I think it was, of Wrath of the Lich King. So we're going to have a look at painting her up as well. Some nice miniatures there. We've got some leather to work on. In fact, quite a bit of leather for us to work on that miniature. Nice bones and what have you. And then she's going to have a lovely sort of bluish skin tone. You will have to excuse the fact that I have been working on the car today, and so the old fingernails are looking a bit ropey. But I will try not to put them in front of you too much. And then, as a fallback, if we manage to get to a point where we can't do anything more on these two, we have this guy, a lovely flesh golem. He's actually a really corking model, really nice. Loads of stuff going on there, you know, flayed skin to work on, subdermal implants, metal stitching and cranial bands and what have you. So that's going to be a good fun one to do as well. Yeah, we can make a start on him as well. So we're going to pop these two to one side for now. What I wanted to work on this guy first of all, first things first, let me see if I've got my, now is this going to go, it's not going to go large enough. I would need one of the big boy mini holders, but that's by the by. I don't have one of those, so we will make do with what we've got for now. That will have to make do. Let's have a look at, now we went Athematic blue yesterday. I'm going to need to work on some white, but what I also need is my contrast paints guide. I love having this open. It gives you a really good opportunity to look at the different colours that each contrast paint actually brings to the table, because they all look, you know, looking at the colour in the pot, Achelian green is a dark blue basically. Well, it is a dark blue, and that's what I'm after it for. Yeah, I think that's going to be the right colour here. What I might have to do is I might have to do a little bit of work with my medium, the contrast paint medium, which I don't often use, but we might have to do a little bit with it this evening. So let's have a look. We're going to pop out some of this. Now what I want to do is I want to add some as shade to the lightning bolt, and then I'm going to come along and highlight it up with a bit of white, but I want to keep them looking quite jagged and natural, if that makes sense. because that's what we have here, is this sort of, it's quite a natural effect on the lightning bolt, and that's what I want to maintain. Right, pop that and that open, and we're going to give ourselves a little dollop of medium to mix into, because I don't know how thick I'm going to want this this Achelion. Probably not that thick at all, to be honest with you, so I'm just going to see what I can get on here. Now, first of all, what I'm going to do is the sword. The sword we're going to work on in... Now look, I've been kind of canny here, I think. Or maybe it's just being an idiot, I don't know yet. I've got the centre of the screen. Got the centre of the screen to work with. And I'm going to position the model over the centre of the screen. And then we can work from that centre by keeping the miniature there. Oh, my genius knows no bounds, or something of that ilk. Okay, I'm actually quite pleased with the idea of that right from the get-go. That could work quite nicely, couldn't it? And then we can work our way around this in various areas. We'll come in and add a bit of shade where we think the sort of natural the natural sort of spikiness of lightning. That's what we've got to try and achieve. And we're just gonna, once we've done this, we're then gonna mix it up with a bit of white highlighting, because I think that's all this whole mini is actually going to need, is a little bit of white added in. To these areas. I think lightning is probably going to be quite random in its occurrences, so hopefully that kind of works on this model. Now, on the back of this sword, I think we're going to go with Opposite World, where you can't really see too much going on here, so I'm just going to add a little bit in like that, because in effect the blue here is actually our lighter shade. I don't know whether that actually translates through too well. I might just go a little bit deeper on the blue on the back of it there, and then just hope for the best. That one, there we go. So we've got some nice contrasty bits in there. We're gonna pick out and highlight that there. Now, it's from the front that I'm particularly worried about this model. the effect that I want to achieve. So what we're going to do is I'm going to mix up a little bit of white with that Achelian green. And then take a little dab of the medium to try and keep it liquid. So we're going to bang straight on with these tonight because it's been quite a day. Oh, excuse me. As I say, I've been working on the missus' car. We managed to get a single wishbone done before we sort of ducked out and said, "Oh, had enough for today. Time to go and have a relax." So we have managed to get something done, but it's not quite as much as I wanted to. Unfortunately, as with everything car related, it always just seems to take that extra bit of time. There's always something. So for example, the wheel wouldn't come off because nobody uses copper slip anymore, and the last person who actually changed the wheel on it, it wasn't that it was done up too tight. That wasn't the problem. It was the fact that it had welded itself to the hub. So we had all sorts of fun and games with that. Did eventually come off in the end though, so can't complain too much. See, after all this contrast paint, I bet you thought I couldn't actually do a highlight. Well, you're actually right, I can't. I'm terrible at this. So these will be the thickest, chunkiest highlights you ever did see. And we'll pretend, hopefully, that they don't look awful. As you can tell, I'm going for the sort of weird glazed lightning bolt kind of deal. And we achieve this by ourselves with quite some some quite light looking sort of paint. Here we go, look, see, I'm using my marker. I'm using the marker to keep myself on camera properly. So just going to work our way up. I'm now almost at pure borax white. Well, that is a very fun little mechanic to paint, isn't it? That glowing. It's not. I haven't done very well at it. It's pretty basic, but still a fun thing to paint. There we go. Right, that is about as good as I'm going to be able to do whatever it is that I've just done there. There we go. Right, and then all I'm going to do is start to sketch in on here some whites give a more lightning bolty type look. We've got some slightly off whites to work with first. And then I can come along and pick up some of the slightly heavier white. Quite nice using the contrast paint medium as well to keep the paint liquid for slightly longer. Although I really would probably benefit from learning how to use a wet palette at some point, or actually owning a wet palette maybe. I think that probably owning a wet palette is the next phase of my hobby journey. Maybe. I don't know. I don't actually know what a wet palette really is going to do for me. I imagine it's probably going to be quite cool, but right. A-E-I-O-U. A-E-I-O-U. Okay, I mean that's looking quite lightning bolty there. He does look like he is about to ride it. Just pick out a few bits here and there, make them a bit lighter. And then on the back, I am just going to edge highlight that central piece, which, wow, I've never done an edge highlight that good before. A-E-I-O-U. Hey, A-E-I-O-U. Yeah, that's actually looking quite vibrant there. I'm quite pleased with that. So, we can now think about what we're going to do for his skin. Now, from what I've seen, a lot of places, or a lot of material that I've seen places these guys with sort of quite dark grey skin, and I'm thinking that's maybe not appropriate. I don't know what I'm hearing outside at the moment, but probably nothing good. Right. Skin. What are we going to do for these guys? I think Aethematic Blue is out of the question. What has Storm Giant 5th edition miniature? They've gone for quite a... I think that's probably almost like Gryph-Charger Grey. No, maybe not. But I think it's along the right lines. Possibly 2 coats of Gryph-Charger Grey might be what I'm looking for. Hello, is it me you're looking for? I know what I'm looking for, I can't find it. Where's it gone? There it is. So I'm going to go with Gryph-Charger Grey for the skin. If it doesn't look dark enough, I think I'm going to have to put a second coat on. But I think that should work. I am getting a bit lit up. Let's just see if I can move that down a bit. There. That looks a bit better. Right, let's have a swig in my fancy Millennium Falcon mug. It's far too big, but the wife has decided I need a bigger quantity of tea to go cold before I get a chance to drink it. So I need more tea to go cold. I can't believe my own genius at using the marker spot in the middle of the right. Let's have a look with this guy. So we're going to want to catch him under the arms. Actually, that's almost the perfect colour. I don't know what I was worried about. I can't actually remember what this song is. Is this? It's not. There we go. Okay, actually, that colour there is pretty much perfect. I thought it was. Guns N' Roses. Obviously this area here is going to look quite rough and ready because that is where we've just been plastering that Aethematic Blue to try and get those lightning bolts done. Ooh, would I maybe think about OSL? Messing around with some contrast paint OSL? Oh, I don't know. Seems like a far too complex thing for this kind of painting stream. Maybe we might. Oh, sorry camera, getting you moving about there. Just trying to keep that nice and even in there. It's managed to go all right. Now he's got a little bit of, I'm going to imagine that's like a belt or something. That's working quite nicely in there. I'm not going to tempt fate too much, because it's quite hard to access some of it. Ooh, get in there. And that's come out pretty much the exact shade that I wanted for the flesh tone on these giants. I'm quite pleased with that. Just gonna, there's a tiny little bit in by his neck there. Can I risk it for a biscuit and get in there? I think I probably can. Oh, just about. Right, tickle that in there. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Tickle, tickle. So I do love the actual act of pushing this around into the corners. Contrast paint is just, it's I know people talk down and dirty about it and all the rest of it, but it's actually brought back the enjoyment for me of pushing paint around a model. Because it's got that incredible flow and consistency to it. That just makes it so much fun to move it about. I did think this was I've picked a cover versions, sort of weird synthwave cover versions for tonight's playlist. So I do hope you like 80s. Right, let's have a look. How are we getting on here with this guy? Just a couple more little bits to splurge around. That looks kind of perfect to me. I can just add a little bit here where it seems to have faded out. And there. Okay, our boy is looking hench as well. Look at that, he's looking pretty good. Pleased with that. Right, while that dries, I kind of need to get What am I going to do? I think a Kellyan green for the Frost Giant might be the right sort of colour. But maybe it's diluted at Kellyan green. Let's have a quick look and see how that comes up. God, that is a strong colour. Okay, let's see what happens when we apply this, and hopefully it doesn't look absolutely terrible. Pretty terrible. Probably too blue, if I'm honest. I think it needed to be a bit more green. Maybe Pterodon turquoise then? Okay, well that was a waste. But let's see if we can wick it off before it goes too bananas. Okay, that's fine. I think perhaps that's too blue. And if it's too blue, blue double dee doo. No, mustn't. Already done that one. That joke. Let's try the same with Pterodon turquoise. Where is Pterodon turquoise? Not there. Not there. 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 Now, do I try mixing the Pterodon turquoise in with the Kellyan green that we've got there, make it a more greeny colour, or do we just try that on its own? Let's have a look. Still too blue. I think this is going to be almost exactly perfect. Still too blue. I think maybe just the turquoise on its own. I don't know. Back over your mark. Fluent. I think that'll do, but I'm not entirely happy with it. Mind you, Loki was supposed to be a frost giant, wasn't he? And he was this sort of weird bluish colour. So maybe it's all right. Maybe it's okay. We'll just keep going with it, shall we? We'll keep going with it, and we will hope for the best and make do with what we've got here. Okay, that's fine. It's actually starting to already dry a better colour that I can probably live with. Now I think I am going to go with metallic trims on a lot of these armours. So it doesn't actually matter where I get the skin tone over, as long as I'm not too far into those other parts of the models. So keep it on the legs, don't go too far into the trim for the rest of the model. It's fine. Just get a little bit up under the skirts in case anybody cares to investigate. Hopefully they won't. Right, and now we've got a lovely bit of face work. It's like I say, it is so satisfying to just push the paint up into the corners rather than have to fight it every step of the way, which is what I found I was often having to do with regular paints, which just removed all the fun that I used to have from painting. I don't know whether it's a skill issue. It's just me becoming shitter at painting, unfortunately. Now let's see, I'm going to have to go slightly off camera while I try and thread the paintbrush needle. Oh, no, managed to get a little bit everywhere. I'm very, very reluctant because of the way I base coat. I know with contrast paints they say, oh no, it's fine, if you get a little bit everywhere else you just come back, use your base colour, and then you can redo it. Or, you know, when you go over the area that's going to be a different colour, that's fine, you just come back with your base coat. But if your base coat has already been zenithalled, how exactly is that supposed to work? I suppose it's a bit of a case of get good scrub. Okay, I'm actually quite happy with that. So we have our comparison figures here. We have a Storm Giant and Frost Giant, and you can see the difference in the colour of them. Storm Giant being nice and grey. I'm not sure what colour I would do Cloud Giants in that case. Well, actually I do. They would be white, wouldn't they? Clearly. Now, what colour is a Frost Giant's hair going to be? Because my Storm Giant is going to have white hair. In fact, that's what I'm going to work on next. Is his hair, his beard, and possibly his robes, because I think they're all going to be white. Are his robes going to be white? No, his robes being white will be a bit too much. See, I've got an image that I'm working here, which I would show you, but I don't want to spoil it. It's not that I don't want to spoil it, it's more the fact that I don't know quite how to show it. What can I do to show it? Hold on. Let's have a look. What if I go here and then right? This is what I'm potentially working to. You can't see because my mouse doesn't appear on that screen, unfortunately. Don't think it does anyway. No, it doesn't appear to. Where we have a nice bit of white cloth, standard sort of leather, and then gold trim everywhere. I think that's probably what I'm going to work to. Okay, no worries. Right, let's go back to our painting scene. Let's go back to that. Okay. Have I just dipped myself in paint? No, I think we're all good. So, Apothecary White, then. One of my absolute favourites. It's a good colour, actually. It is quite nice for painting white. It's surprisingly nice for painting white, actually. It's just a bit deceptive about how it actually works, how it goes on. God, there's going to be a lot of like pseudo grey on here, isn't there? Because everything feels a bit grey as we're painting it. Right, let's have a look. That there is also white. Remember your marker, stick to your marker. Very, very handy having that there, because I do constantly find myself dipping off the edge of the table and then all you've got is this green screen. Whereas if I keep telling myself, stick above the central marker, then you're going to actually be able to see what I'm painting. And I won't look like a colossal idiot by constantly going off screen. Nice little bit of pseudo Kate Bush. What will be quite interesting is if I get a copyright strike for this, for playing fake Kate Bush. Okay, there we go. Right, that's the white on his loincloth. And then we've got his robes up here. I just realised that I missed the opportunity for the fake bush jibe. You know, Kate Bush, fake Kate Bush, fake Bush. Maybe not. I think that has to legally be accompanied by a boom boom. Now, what about his coxcomb? His horsehair. I don't know whether it might be an idea to just add the tiniest hint of blue to that beard when I'm done, just to try and differentiate it from the white of his robes and stuff, and possibly the same on this hair as well. Well, so possibly, if I'm going to do... Oh, I've missed a bit of his shoulder as well. Never mind, we'll grab that in a minute. Been shining in the sun. Okay. That is starting to look quite nice now. What have we got else on him? There's a couple of bits and pieces that I'd like to try and pick out to give him a little bit of colour. I think the horse brush will be in red to try and give that a bit of colour. I'm thinking the handle and this in silver. I'm not sure about the gold on his trim. I think the gold might look alright, but I think it might also look a bit out of place with all the silver that's going on. So with all the sort of whites and blues and what have you that's going on. So perhaps we'll try and do something with that. So we've done his skin, we've done his lightning, we've done his robes and his beard. So really we are progressing quite well, and all we really have left to do is the leather and the trim. So while we're letting that dry off a little bit, because I do find with the white it is best to put it on quite thick, otherwise you don't get quite enough of the grey deposit left in the recesses. So it might actually be a time to get something on our... Well, we've got our frost giant here that we're also working on, haven't we? A lot of this is actually going to be silver and leather. There's going to be a lot of leather going on today, to be fair. Now we probably want... Let's stand him there to dry, so that we make sure that it's all draining down towards the bottom of the model. Now, my frost giant, I think we're about right for the skin tone. Now the the sort of source material that I've got has got this sort of area painted in as a green cloth, green hair, which I despise that look. Sort of leatherish on here. Green. Wow, that's a really awful source material that I've got there. Let's see if we can find something better to go from. God, that's not the colour that Wizards of the Coast did, is it? Oh my word, that's awful. I think it might have been the colours that Wizard of the Coast actually did. So, I'll tell you what, let's, because I thought, as soon as I saw her, I thought, Viacol. Did I? Frost Viacol, that's what I was looking for. Okay, they're basically just like giant DK colours. No help whatsoever. So, go back to this. Let's have a look and see if I can develop my own inspiration for this. Let's have a look. So, we're going to want some areas of leather. I think this is going to look quite good with relatively heavy leather coloration on there. All of this is bone. All of these overlapping scales are going to be metal, leather. The piece around her centre is going to be quite light, so yeah. All right, well, I've got some ideas going on there now. What colour are we going to do her hair? That's a good point. What colour are we going to do the hair? There's some sort of leather wrapping going on there, maybe. I mean, it might be another case of white hair, but I don't think so. I think that she should probably have quite dark hair, almost black, if I'm honest with you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to break out a little bit of the white. As contradictory as that sounds, I'm going to break out a little bit of the white. Just going to come in and touch up and then feather that in so that it actually looks like a normal highlight. It's fine. Same round here. Because that awful blue colour that I've done her skin, which is actually quite fitting for her skin, is going to look terrible when it's showing up underneath other colours, unfortunately. So, a bit here. I don't often do this, but these are quite impressive miniatures to actually allow a little bit of laziness to ruin them like that. So I'm going to break almost my own motto of never go back and retouch it right here, right now. Right. That on the camera again. Right, I think that's got just about all of the odd bits that I managed to fluff up. Good. Okay, so colour scheme wise, we have leather, we have some silver on her. In fact, let's maybe put out the silver right now. It's a good time, as good a time as any to start painting the metal on them. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I need to move forwards on the leather on the Storm Giant before I break out the metal. At least on him. I could do it on the Frost Giant here, but I think I'd prefer to wait. And actually, she hasn't got all that much on her. A little bit of trim. And her sword, mostly. And then these scales here, 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 here. Maybe it is time for leather, for silver on her. Obviously, all of this silver is going to be blasted back with Agrax, and there's some little areas like this which I'm painting in silver, which are actually going to be gold, and I will probably Nazdreg yellow them to create the gold look. When we get to that point. So there we go. It's nicely done there. Oops, thank you. Think twice. In paradise. Oh, think twice. Right, there we go with those little overlapping scales. That's quite a nice little detail. A little bit hard to get to with the rest of the sword around. I must remember the bottom of the sword hilt as well. Yeah, it's going to look quite nice when we knock those back with a bit of Agrax that will change the look of those quite nicely. I don't know if that's quite the right effect that I'm going for by picking out this trim in here in silver. Don't know whether that would have been better done as like a darker leather. Do, 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 do. I think in future what I might do with these models is maybe get all the silver trim first. Is that a terrible idea? I don't know. It might be a terrible idea, but I think it might be easier than trying to avoid getting silver paint on the bits that you've already painted, even when all that you've already painted is just the flesh colour. Silver is such a bugger. It's always going to show up now, unless I come back and overpaint it with a solid colour, which I'm not doing because I'm actually quite happy with where the flesh tone on her is. Might just tweak that a little bit with some highlights, but other than that, she's going to stay pretty much the same now. Okay, I think that's all of the metal done on her. Yeah. Excellent, right. But I'm not ready to do the silver on the Storm Giant yet. On the Storm Giant I need to hit the leather first. Now, our buddy the Flesh Golem, he's really nice one. I think as he's a flesh golem, the first and obvious step is to put flesh on him. Now I want him to be slightly paler, so I'm thinking dark oak rather than Guilliman. Let's have a look. Where's our dark oak? It definitely looks like the lighter colour. Bear with me just a moment, folks. Just got to check something. That's better. Right. Get him sat in his position in the centre. Okay. I definitely think Dark Oath is the better colour here. And we're going to go and start splurging this around everywhere. It's very dark, isn't it? Is it too dark? Well, as it's such a nice model, I might come back and do a little bit of flesh tone highlights maybe to lighten it up. Oh God, I can't believe that I'm actually saying that. I can't believe I'm actually suggesting that what I might do is like real painting with real paints. I'll have to check whether I've even got any real paints left. But these larger centerpiece models really benefit you when you put them on the tabletop and you have just spent that little bit extra time and effort getting it to look right. And he's quite a large centerpiece model, to be honest with you, which I am going to have quite a lot of fun putting him on the tabletop. I have to check what his actual stats are, because he is a big old boy to go just dropping him right in the middle of your player's party. With all this lovely torn and exposed skin here, it's almost like flayed off of his arm, which is just going to make for such a fantastic paint experience here. He really is a lovely model. I don't know, I was possibly tempted to try seeing if I could do different skin tones on like each section of stitched skin, but I think that might be pushing my abilities a bit too far. Love to think that I could do that, but I'm a realist when it comes to this. I mean, he actually looks really tanned, which is probably not the effect that old Dr. Frankenstein was after. I mean, I don't think he really cared about the physical appearance, but I think he was actually robbing dead bodies rather than getting people straight off the sunbeds. Been a very long time since I read that. I can't remember whether he was no, he was grave robbing for the bodies, wasn't he, and stitching them together. So this is from the Castle Ravenloft game. One of the WizKids D&D board games, and that Ravenloft set has just some absolutely stunning figures in there that I can't wait to get painting. Now, I'm not going to do the inside of this piece of flesh, but I am going to make sure that I go right up to the edge, because the inside is going to be bloody to match the flayed skin on that's still on the arm, you know what I mean? So the inside there will still be bloody to match this section. Just a tiny bit more left to do on him. We've got a knee. We've got whatever that is in there. Stitched skin. And then a couple of feet. A couple of feet of what, you say? Well, a couple of feet. You know, feeties on the end of your leggies. And then I think a sort of, not quite jeans, but a very, very dark blue trouser, just so that it's not black, if that makes sense. Maybe something like Leviathan blue. I don't know, black might be a better idea, actually. Sort of grave trousers. Okay, nearly got all of this guy's flesh done, which, considering he is a flesh golem, is about 80% of the model, thankfully. Now, as I say, he is quite an impressive fleshy boy. So I might go back. I don't think I've actually got a regular flesh tone. But all of my paints effectively now are mid-salvage process as I try and get my old paints back from the dead almost. Back from the dead. Paint the flesh golem. Get it? You get it. You know. So most everything that I've got is now contrast, which is fine. That's all I mostly paint, to be honest with you. But it does mean that when it comes to it's gone. The words fail me. I do struggle with that a little bit when I'm on painting streams. Words fail me. I imagine it must be an age thing. What was I trying to say? I'm trying to restore a lot of my old paints. Actually, that being said, I do have a pot of liquid gold bronzed flesh. How old do you reckon? 25? Oh, well, that's the little tabby bit gone. Gonna have to do something disgusting now and open them teeth. They do respond to that. Cool, that is properly bronzed, isn't it? Oh, what an amazing colour! I might mix that with a bit of white, and go and have a look at him later. Oh no, I've got stuff everywhere, and no tissue in here. Excuse me for a moment, guys, while I take care of this emergency. Oh, sorry about that. Right. We have supplies to deal with future dramas now. Right, I did actually finish my giant cup of tea this time, so I'll move on to the old stuff. Right, let's have a look and see how our Oh, that's looking rather tasty now. The white's come up quite nice. Might just have to highlight a couple of them bits. So we now need some leather on him. Now I think that this model is going to benefit from quite dark leather at this stage. So I'm thinking my favourite Wildwood should probably make an appearance. Now I'm going to do, he has actually got some metal scales going on that I'm going to quite enjoy doing those. So metal across here, metal trim, Wildwood leather on the back. No, 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 no. Wildwood in the front here, metal trim after, Wildwood on here, Wildwood over there. I think that'll look quite good. And the belt. Right. It's time to break this model up a bit. And the way we do that is with brown. This Wildwood is just such a stunning colour. Every single time that I break it out, I fall in love with it a bit more. It's such a nice paint to use. I honestly, I think that's probably my favourite of all the contrast paints, is Wildwood. Now on the back here, I think we should probably do this upper portion in the same leather. Oh, which is only a thing on this leg apparently. Ooh, weird. Well, maybe that makes sense that it's this colour. Then it's sort of a strap that's going round. We'll do the same colour on this panel. Yeah, ready for our metallics to come in. When we just pick out a lot of that detail, and then we'll come back and just hit that with a little coat of Nasdrag afterwards to golden it up. I hope that this is working a lot nicer for viewers with my positioning, because I'm very pleased with myself for thinking up the most basic filming trick in the book, which is put a marker down and then get your actor, in this case my hands, to do all of their action scenes over the marker. So it is the most basic thing in the world, but I am very pleased with myself for thinking about doing it on stream, which is probably something that I should have done a long time ago. But I do hope that it makes the viewing a little bit nicer for you, and that I'm not always dipping the paint out, the model out of shot. Be quite careful to line the centre up with the centre of the screen. So there has been a bit of thought gone into it. Don't say I never think of you guys. I love the way that these now, with the white there, they almost look like trainers. It's only so careful that you can actually be with these models, because the details on them can get quite soft in places. And so it doesn't always, so you can see there, I've just managed to get a little bit of paint up onto the robe, but like I say, it is quite difficult sometimes to stop those little accidents when the details are so soft. If this was a Games Workshop model, everything would be crisp and digitally sculpted, and that's my excuse anyway. My excuse is that these are not Games Workshop models, so the poor sculpting is to blame rather than my cack-handed fists of ham and fingers of butter. And the fact that I keep overrunning the bottom of these tassels on every single one is actually starting to piss me off. So I'm going to try and do them all. Say all of them, there's only 2 left. Right. I mean, it doesn't actually matter. The fact is that this guy is stunning. I don't know what this tune is, but it's kind of catchy, isn't it? And now it's finished. So I would like to eventually get to a point where I can mix it up a little bit on stream and play a few games. I'd be keen to get viewers' input as to what they think. Was that? Yeah, we've done that as a tassel there, but not next to it. As to what suitable games would be to play on stream, because we've got a reasonable group of people who have followed the stream and attended and what have you, and they do seem to be quite linked to the painting and miniatures hobby. So I'm wondering if there are any particular games, you know, is it a case of Baldur's Gate or Warhammer Total War or Space Marine 2 or something like that viewers like that would like to see? Or is it a case of, you know, if you feel like playing it, just rock up and play it and see what happens, sort of thing? I kind of figure that for most of the people who sort of joined the stream, the response would be, play what the hell you want. But it's quite nice to gauge what sort of viewers you have, what their hobbies and interests are, other than mini painting, if any. Some might say that's enough hobby for anyone. Certainly it's enough hobby for any bank balance, but wow, that brown is really starting to bolden up that model. It was looking quite washed out previously, and now it's actually starting to look pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good, pretty nice. Trying very, very hard not to get any on the beautiful sword that I've already done, because that would be a shame. Sure, well, rather I hope you agree, because I did quite enjoy painting that sword. Yes, look at that. He does look like some sort of advert for sportswear. Maybe it's just me, but I've got a real temptation to put like a Nike tick on him or something, just so that his sponsorship is all displayed correctly. Do you know what? I don't think I'm going to do the trim on the middle of these panels. I think that they look quite nice in like inlaid chased leather. Move back to your spot. So the banding around the edges I'll do in gold. But not in the middle. I think that would think that would spoil it now. I am definitely, oh no, I'm definitely touching bits of the model that I've just painted. That's what I'm definitely doing. I think it's part of my need to touch the model with my little finger in order to gauge where I'm actually putting the paint. It's a bit of a klutzy way of painting that I have. I'm really loving that. That is actually looking rather nice. Properly happy with him. How he's coming along. Yeah. Just a little bit of red to take the focus. So I'm going to have to break out the silver now. Pick out a bunch of stuff in silver, or do I do that bit of leather on his? What the hell's happened there? Is that what I just did with my little finger? I think it is. Hot damn, I ruined it. Yeah, I did. That is where I've just touched it with my little finger, and that now has kind of ruined that. Okay, well, let that dry off. No. Contrast paint everywhere. Emergency. Had to be my favourite contrast paint as well. Excellent. Right, well, we have a bin, luckily. Well, that's an absolute disaster. My favourite contrast paint. Let's pop that to one side. Right, now, before it stains my table too much, so excuse me, you are going to lose shot just for a moment. Oh, well, that is the professional show that you've come to know and love. Sorry about that, folks. That was awful. Okay. Well, we were so pleased with our setup where we were able to catch everything center of the screen and doing all really good and professional and not being idiots about things, and then bang, we go and mess it up just like that. Look, Right, that's the midpoint. Yeah, there we go. Excellent. Now just need to even that up, and then there we go, middle of the screen again. Well, wasn't that a silly thing to do? I can't believe I've done that, to be honest. Yeah, that is my very first pot of contrast paint spilt. I'm really pissed off about my desk. As I say, it's a homemade desk, and that stain is going to be a bit annoying. So just bear with me a moment to see if I can clean that. No, if that's going to come off, that's going to need sanding, and that will ruin. Yeah, okay. Oh well, I can't be I can't be too pissed off at it. It is my own fault at the end of the day. Right. Now, on this dudette, we have a crap load of leather to paint. And I want a reasonably, I'm thinking a reasonably light colour for my for the main leather. Now, do I want to go snakebite? I think snakebite would be good for the main leather area. Slightly darker on the chest, although the chest I might actually do as a colour, maybe. Not sure. Let's have a look, see how we get on. Now, I am going to be more sensible from now on, and I'm going to use this painting tray thing that I have here. I believe I've lost all my bloody wildwood. It's alright, I'll have to go out and buy some more. Right. And so we begin again. I'm very heavy on the amount of paint that we've got. You will have to excuse the state of my hands. I'm going to have to go and wash my hands because that looks awful. Looks like I've been fiddling with shit all day. How bad does that look? And there was me worried what my fingernails were going to look like after playing with the car all day. After an hour and something of painting, don't fucking matter because right, let me just pop that to one side and we'll be back in just a moment. Let's position her so that while I'm away you'll get a good view. Right, sorry about that, folks. I am back again. Still look like I've been messing around on a farm or something, but yeah, rather typical that. Right. So what have we got and where? Hey, another job. It's there. Right, I'm going to do the same with this Curus all over this one. Because this colour leather is what I want all over her. And then we're going to have some slightly darker spots, like the belt and the fur. The belt is going to be wildwood if I've got enough left after my tragic wildwood accident that will become known as the Wildwood event. The Great Wildwoodening. And then, as I say, like the fur will be a slightly darker. Oh, in fact, I could go grey on the fur, couldn't I? Try and maintain some of that light. I don't know. Although she's don't know that I want grey fur on her. I'll have to have a look. Because there's only a couple of spots of fur. There's a little bit on her legs and a little bit around her waist here. And I'm not sure that she's really a grey fur kind of gal. But then again, maybe she is. Maybe grey would be perfect, and it would help to break this up a little bit. So I'll have to explore that. That's a bit annoying. I just managed to get hooked up on my microphone cage. Right, another boot. one more boot, and then I think we're done with this leathery colour, this snakebite leather anyway. Which would maybe open us up to doing the other bits in Gore Grunter. What are we thinking with this one? No, the rest of the leather I think needs to be darker. What we're going to do about that chest, I think it needs to be quite light. I think I'm going to do that in with a sort of yellowy, like cloth sort of effect. There we go. Which we might actually have a look at doing now. So, Skeleton Horde. I think it's going to be Skeleton Horde for the all the bone work. And maybe that cloth over her chest as well. Can't believe I spilt all that stuff over my desk. Bloody typical. One of the keys with this Skeleton Horde is to actually get quite a bit of contrast going with the contrast paint. Because I know it sounds like such a bullshit tip. That is the biggest thing with it, is to push the actual contrast in the contrast paint. It's a great tool, but if you're not using it properly, if you're not setting it up, you set it up to fail. So just trying, there's certain paints which just absolutely benefit from going on quite heavy with. Wildwood is normally one of them. Skeleton Horde is the other, or another. Right. I'm guessing I'm going to have to do the horns of this as well. Well, there goes the lamp again. There we go. Nice bit of horny bony detail, and whatever is going on with that section over her chest, I'm not convinced about that. I might have to come back and do it something different there. Yeah, she's definitely going to have black hair. I need to sort out something about those wraps. Belt, fur. The fur is, I think, going to be grey. This detail here is going to be wildwood. So, another good look at her. She's really starting to come on now. Wildwood on the grip of the sword, I think. Let's find a nice bit of red for his cuts and scabs and bits and pieces like that. And then I think I'm going to try something a little bit. Yes, please. Yeah, thank you. Don't tell her to drop that paint. She doesn't need to know. She just doesn't need to know. That doesn't need to happen. Nobody needs to tell her anything. I mean, if you push me, I will possibly tell her myself, but please don't. I'm embarrassed enough already. And I'm going to have to find something to take that out. I will have to sand this back and then restain it. So pleased when I did this desk. Not something I'd ever made before. And the design came to me as I was planning out the room, and I just went, yep, great, go for it. I had the old scaffold boards and a tiny bit of wood stain, so it was almost a no-brainer. I rather feel like I might need to actually shade this back, because that's come out very, very strong as a colour. I don't know. Right, now this is something I hadn't been able to determine whether I was going to do or not, but I am going to give it a go. I should have really waited on this bit until I'd done the silver. It's going to go around there, but the rest of these, work. I get it in little tiny I'm going to come back and just do a little bit of edge highlighting on this flesh, and I just wanted these seams just to have a little bit of a red tinge right in those stitch lines. And the stitches, I'm actually going to do them in I might do them in metal, like staples almost. Apologies, must remember my marks. I don't know if this is the greatest of ideas, but I think it might work. So just by following each one of these stitch lines, hopefully I'm going to come back and paint either white or metallic for each of the stitches, and highlight up the flesh tone around it. That should hopefully look banging. Not quite sure how they managed to get like a piece of metal under his skin there, but we'll go with it. And the same here. Don't know what that's supposed to be doing actually. Okay, well, if you're just joining us, we are recovering from the trauma of our first contrast paint spillage, which was not fun. I think somehow these are supposed to be exposed bone. Come back and just highlight them. I think they really do look like a piece of exposed bone there, don't they? Like that's where the join of the knuckles is. Just gonna bloody them up a bit, and then we will come back and paint those as potentially how they're supposed to be painted. Not quite sure what's going on with his head. 2 lines, that's a mould line, and he's got 2 other lines across on it. So yes, we are recovering from our tragedy, our wildwood spillage. It's the first time I've spilled a contrast paint, as I laughed at all those others who did it over the years, who warned me of the dangers of it, and I just didn't listen. I just didn't listen, and I kept on just popping my paint on my desk like some kind of idiot. And now I've paid the ultimate price. Now, which do you think would look better on here? Do you think it would look better with metallic stitches like staples? Because I like the idea of them looking like staples, but I think that they would actually look better if they were done as sort of bone white stitches almost. And honestly, I think that would actually be easier to paint as well. Oh man, he is looking proper savage though, isn't he? Poor old bloke. Nobody deserves all of that, do they? I don't know. He might have been an arsehole in real life. In his natural life, rather, not real life, because you know what's right. He's looking really nice, actually. Yeah, no, he's actually looking really, really something. So I'm quite pleased with him. So we're going to pop him to one side to carry on drying. And then we're going to move back to this foil. Again, he's looking really nice as well. These ones have come on just absolutely flawlessly over this session. I'm really, really pleased with how they're looking. 3 quite different models, but because they're quite a bit larger, they've actually painted up really, really nice. Properly happy with them. Right, let's get on and paint some more metallics. We have already done some metallics in this session, but we're going to do a bit more now. Keeping it nice and simple. Do. So this dude is obviously, I say obviously, it's not obvious at all. If you don't know, you don't know. He is a storm giant. Now, storm giants are one of the rarest in D&D, but having a model for it is just going to be fantastic when I want to put something scary down on the table, because these guys are pretty damn hench when it comes to dishing out the pain. Although they're not inherently evil. Hill giants, pretty much evil, all of them. Fire giants, yeah, getting on for it. Oh, that's a point. I've got some fire giant models as well that I can. Thank you. I think that might need to be for another session though, so I'll get them prepped up. Oh, bugger. I should have done this. I was a bit unsure of whether or not I was going to do the tracery inside that in silver as well, or gold in actual fact. So I was holding off on painting the silver, and I realise now I should probably have painted it first before the wildwood. And who knows, maybe if I'd have painted it first, the accident would never have happened. Well, that's probably not how these things work, but nope. Need to remember that I am not painting these for Golden Demon. They are just for the tabletop, which means they don't need to be quite as elaborate possibly as I'm making them. But it is nice to make the effort with some centerpiece kind of models like this, because they are centerpieces. You put this on the table and everybody suddenly stops talking and goes, ah, we're in for a fight. So yeah, it would be quite nice to make the most of this. Do love me a bit of mithril silver as well. Mithril silver is just one of those absolute classic colours that just you can't get hold of anymore. Like bolt gun metal, mithril silver, tin bits, dwarven bronze, or just paints that have gone to the great big paint graveyard in the sky, kept alive by a few old weirdos who like their old paints. Right, now let's paint his helmet, and then I can move down to the bottom of the model. Okay, nearly there with the silver on this guy. And then of course what I'm going to need to do is, where it's silver, I'm going to get a little wash of Agrax, but first of all I'm going to go over the golds with a little bit of yellow. I'm going to use Nazdreg, and then I will come along and paint the whole lot with Agrax. Cool. That here, I think. Right, and then finally we have his boots down here. Which are not Reebok Classics as much as they might look like little white trainers. I do still think that he looks a lot like he should be advertising a sporting brand. Oh, and camera again. Poor camera, keeps getting headbutted by me. I've got to remember though is that every time I move and get closer to the camera, the autofocus is probably going to be kicking in, so we just need to watch that, don't we? Even if we are on our middle marker. probably quite hard for you to see where the brush actually is at this point, so I'm not going to lose too much sleep on those. So if you're just joining us this evening, we have we've been painting up our Storm Giant, and we've got a Storm Giant, a Frost Giant, and a Flesh Golem. I'll show you the others in just a moment when I get there, when I get this paint on this guy done. We've had a terrible accident with our Wildwood, where we've splurged it all across the desk, and I'm actually in a bit of a mood about that. I didn't actually need that happening today, because I've had a bit of a mare of it. As I say, doing the old car repairs and what have you. And then I realised that my cat has scratched the back of my computer chair. She's been sharpening her claws on it, practicing for, I don't know, my face or something. So she's now banned from the computer room. She's not allowed in here anymore. They've got cat scratching posts all over the house, and yet she's chosen to do it on my computer. So she loses computer room privileges for now. I'll probably give in to her because she is a little darling. But that's so today. I'm starting to get a little bit hacked off with things. I thought, do you know what? I'm going to come and have a nice relaxing stream and then fucking not contrast paint all over my desk. Typical. Oh well. These things are sent to test us, aren't they? Right. That, I think, is all the metal work on him. He is looking just fantastic. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Yeah, I'm happy with him. That is looking nice. Now, while we've got our silver open, I'm going to do something I don't often do. And I'm going to switch to a teeny tiny brush. Teeny tiny brush. And go back to our Flesh Golem. I'm going to see if we can pick out any of these staples. So I will be concentrating head down a little bit here now. So trying to keep that red rim around the outside, and then just a little bit in each of these staples. Yeah, I think that's probably going to look quite good. Do we think? Yeah, I think that'll look all right, and then we'll come back and we'll knock them down a little bit with a tiny little run of Earthshade in there. I don't know if you can actually see anything beyond the base. Oh. It's quite hard to make out, but that is, I'm quite pleased with that. And then, like I say, we'll come back with a little bit of Agrax Earthshade. Just knock that back so that it's not quite so bright and in your face. Still needs to be a little bit in your face. There's a nail in that arm. I think this is supposed to be that he's ripped the staples out of his arm. Now it's all sort of opening up around him. Or maybe split the staples. Maybe we could do them split like that, as if there's still a bit in both sides. Yeah, that's not too bad. Okay, that looks pretty good. Happy with that. Ooh. Okay, nearly there. Lots and lots of very tiny flecks of metal. That's just relentless. Paint it, paint it, paint it. Now that strap around his head, that's not a karate. That's going to be metallic as well. So we're going to paint all of that in. I would probably have much preferred to have been doing this with my big brush, because this is far too tiny to work like that. I've missed a little bit of flesh behind his ear, look. Can you see that? Of course you can, because you're observant, and I'm not, clearly, because otherwise I would have seen that. We'll try and go round that when we get to do his belt. Right, I've got a couple of tiny areas here and here. And that down and here. So you can't see what's going on there, can you? Right, let's carry on picking out what we can. Oh, we're so close, so close. This is the point where I forget one, though. It's where I miss one. Or do that, where I put a massive splurge of paint in one. Very close, very close, very close, very nice. Right, that's him done. Oh wow, Yeah, I'm properly pleased I chose to do that. I will just pick out those in bone though, just up here. Come back in with a little tiny bit of bone, just while I've got the tiny little brush out. Because that's actually really popped those details there. I wonder what colour we're going to do. Now, I want to try something with him, which is to use a tiny bit of Magos Purple. Let's be sensible. Let's put our paint away. We've already had paint accident today. Look, you can see it. So frustrating that. Can't believe I've done that. It's the first time it's ever happened that I've spilt contrast paint. First and last time, that is. Who am I kidding? It's going to happen again. We all know it's going to happen again. Don't at me. Right. Take a bit of the old contrasty medium and just a tiny squivel of the purple. Just a tiny squeeze of it. And a little bit of the medium. Here we go. Right. What we're going to do, I know he's come up quite sort of, he's come up quite bronzed and healthy looking for a undead flesh golemy monster. So what I'm going to try and do, which that is not really achieving it, I don't want to go with like a green or anything. I think green is a bit overdone, but purple is an incredibly nice colour for flesh to shade it. I don't want him looking too dark now, to be honest with you. But it gives it a sort of pallid, washed out tone. And I'm going to try and keep it fairly to not go too much with it. Do it right in the recesses, and hopefully that's going to start to make him look a bit more sickly if possible. Which it might well be doing, actually. It's been a long while since I've actually messed around with what I would consider proper painting rather than just contrast splurging. So you'll have to forgive me if I've lost the knack a bit. And we are going to come back and lighten him up to make him a bit paler, but I want to start from quite a nice position with him. which I think that sort of emphasises some of that bruised skin look that I was possibly going for earlier on. Now, it can't really hurt the reds here to have a little bit of purple in them as well. I think that's just going to emphasise how icky, sticky that area is. If we just darken it up a little bit with a bit of a purple wash in some of the recesses there. So I'm just going for a subtle kind of look. I don't want it to overpower the miniature, but I do want to get it across that this is a sort of bruised and diseased skin rather than Chad just on his way back from Muscle Beach. Who's had a bit of an accident with a stapler, and that purple is just sort of right for that. It just creates the right bruised tone, I think. Okay, I think that's actually looking quite nice there now. Work a tiny bit more of it around his feet, and then we will call this phase done. We'll do his trousers. Well, actually, we'll probably let him dry off for a bit, and then we'll come back and start working those highlights on the flesh. Like I say, I wanted something with a little bit of this purple in it before I started highlighting, just so that I've got something to work with. Works quite nicely, to be fair. Okay. This is our buddy Frank N. Stein. Not derivative at all. No, he's just a flesh golem. But what a flesh golem he is. Lovely looking boy. Really nice model, that one, actually. Okay. That's kind of the effect that I always thought, yeah, that would be great when I'm playing around with contrast paints. I'll do that, and then I never actually get around to doing that. As you can see, this is what we were going for. We were after a bit of a bruised look to the skin, just to bring it away from that bronze tone that we've got, and then we're going to mix up ourselves a skin tone to highlight him, make him look a little bit pallid and pasty. Right, we're going to pop him to one side, and we're going to carry on working our frost giant. I think the step for this one now is, let's get the hair done. Now I want to go dead jet Black Templars black for the hair on this one. I do just have to be careful. I'm not going to bother at the bottom of these, but just here I'm going to pick out a braid in Wildwood. Yeah. I think the black actually looks quite good on that. Yeah, happy with that. Just trying to get round the position where I can see it to paint it, and you can see it to watch me. Thankfully, my little centre mark is proving very, very handy. I don't know why I didn't think of that before. So the black hair is going to look pretty nice on this one. The black is it does flow quite nicely as well. It's quite a nice paint. Very simple, it's just black basically. It comes out as a really sort of nice sort of charcoal grey in most instances, where you can clearly see the contrast effect. When it's a bit more smooth, it does look a bit more black, but on heavily detailed areas like this, or rather textured areas like this, it does often come up quite grey. And this last tiny little bobble of hair here, and another portion of the model done. This one's actually nearly done completely. Again, I'm quite pleased with how she's starting to look. Now for her fur, I'm going to want to go with, which one was the lighter one? I think I'm going to want to go with Space Wolves Grey. And then highlight it up, dry brush it back again to white at the very tips. I'll show you what I mean. So I'm just going to work it in to the point that it sort of disappears again. When it gets quite shallow, and then round here we'll go a bit deeper with it and come down a bit. Because in fact I think I can probably avoid having to do that dry brushing stage if I'm careful and sensible with how we do this. So we can run that down like so. Looks good along the front as well. And then the boots, we want the lower portion of them to be the grey. And just keep the tips, the very tops of the boots in white so that it doesn't need dry brushing. Okay, that looks pretty nice actually. Happy with that? Yeah, excellent. Right, we'll pop that to one side. Now, moment of truth for our big boy. We want quite a nice goldy tone on this, so we are going Nazdreg yellow. I like this colour. It's quite vibrant, but it's got a little bit of brown to it still. There's a little bit of, you know, a little bit in there. And just fingers crossed and hope this doesn't look awful when we do it. Oh, it's pretty awful right now. Don't know, maybe we should have gone for something like Agorist Dunes here. Tell you what, I'm going to paint it like that. I'm gonna leave it that colour. Not going to wipe it off or try it again. No backsies, remember, no backsies. And then we'll hope that when we hit it with an Agrax Earthshade later, that ties all of that in nicely with the silver that we're going to leave. You can see that in there as we just scooch our yellow down, and then just a little bit on here. Yeah, I'm happy enough with that. It'll look fine once we've got some Agrax Earthshade on there. That will. It'll honestly, it'll look fine. this is where you've got to remind yourself that it is a very basic miniature that is going to be painted quite basically. Yes, I've done a few techniques and what have you on the other one, and on this as we've worked our way round, but they are basic miniatures. They're not particularly good sculpts, they're not particularly good casts, and they are quite cheap as well. So I picked up this entire game. This it's called Attack of the Giants. Attack of the Giants, something like that. And I think I paid like 12 quid for it. So yeah, it's quite a cheap game to get hold of, and you get 8 or 10 giant miniatures. So yeah, definitely one of the cheaper ones. As I said, there is a slight problem with the scaling, in that they are not actually a terribly accurate scale. Most of the D&D miniatures do scale quite well with the sort of hero models that you get. These giants are too small. It's unfortunate, but they're too small. So actually, is looking, yeah, that's looking really nice now. Don't know whether to just try and pick out the edge of his helmet. I think I will. Okay, that's actually finished him off quite nicely. We've got a little bit of Agrax Earthshade, a little bit of white highlighting to do on his robes, and the red. Yeah, that's looking pretty swish actually. Happy with that. Right, let's finish this tea off. Tell you what, while I've got Acadian, yeah, it's Acadian. Oh, I dropped a little brush. We are going to use the little brush again. I know. So many breaks from the norm on this stream where we actually appear to be almost like painting properly. I think the tunes have stopped again. Put on a new rhythm section. Now, I think that is rough, but quite an effective sort of look. I'm not 100% happy with it, but I'm never going to be 100% happy with it because I'm that kind of idiot. Okay, I think I'm happy enough with that now. It's supposed to purvey a lightning bolt, not really be anything particularly lore accurate or what have you on there. Right, happy enough with that. Oh, sorry, knocking out the microphone there. Now I'm going to use a bit more of my precious wildwood that went for a tumble earlier on. That's what I've got all over my hands. Look, like I've been dipping my hands in shit or something. Right. not a huge amount to do of this colour, but quite prominent areas. So now I was thinking about putting wildwood on the swirls, but I've had a better idea. And what we're going to do, finish painting the belt. We'll finish painting the bits that I was intending to do wildwood, which is this piece on her chest here. And then these little bits going up to her pauldrons on front and back. So here, get that last bit of the chest plate there. This piece here, intended to be wildwood. On both sides, do it around the back as well, and then there's obviously that little sort of bit that you can barely see, but it will end up white, and if you don't get it, it looks so annoyingly obvious that you've missed something. And then we're going to do the two little braids on her hair, those out. Nobody saw that. Bit too much paint on the brush there, but never mind. We'll get by. That tiny bit there and that tiny bit there. Across there, so it looks like that's part of the harness. We'll just get the tiniest patch of brown in this wolf pelt. Sketches of it towards the bottom, just to help tie into the brown of the boots. And then the same here at the front, just to sketch it in that it's right in the deepest recesses, so it's not all a sort of natural grey sort of mess. And then this is what I was thinking with the carvings on her leather armor. Thinking we will do is again with our small brush. Can you believe this small brush? This is like the third or fourth time this this session. Hard to believe, I know. We're going to come along with a bit of Pterodon. We're just going to sketch in these here. And I think that is just going to help to tie that into her skin. And maintain our sort of frost gianty colours. I'm going to do the same on her back. Not going to need to be too accurate. These are slightly less raised, and I just want to give the hint that the colour's there anyway. So we are just sketching now. There we go. I'm not going to bother too much about in there. Oh, you can see quite a few details on there, can't you? Might have to try and pick some of these out. Oh, they're very, very tiny. Nope, too much paint. Far too much paint. Let's see if we can wick some of that away. Yes. Just gonna have to make a bit of a sketch of it to pretend we know what we're doing in there. That'll do. I don't want to do any more than that because it's going to be too much. That looks quite good on the back. She's nearly done, folks. She is nearly done. I think it's that magical time of the night when Agrax Earthshade comes out. I know it's very simple, very basic stuff, but I do like a bit of Agrax. Find it. Where have I put it? mind you, knowing my luck tonight, this will be exactly the point where I spill everything. I was going to do... I was going to do the sword hilt. Oh, damn. I was going to do the handle here, but never mind. Never mind. We'll do that in a bit. Right, we're going to do a little bit of Aggaros Dunes. Now, on the other one, on the Storm Giant, I painted the gold using yeah, see, this is much better. I must remember this. I painted the gold on the Storm Giant using yellow. I must remember Aggaros Dunes makes a much nicer, a sort of softer yellow, a more burnished sort of yellow. For gold, that is. A more burnished gold, rather. Oh, this is the problem with not having a painting handle that can actually accommodate the model. Very large. Right. By the time we get round to her again, the that metal should have dried, so we can now Agrax Earthshade. I know, we've been waiting all night for this. Who's up first? I think our big, brave Storm Giant is up first. I'm actually really pleased with this model. He's come out really, really nice. Still a little bit that could have been done better, but I'm very, very happy with how that's come out. Now, I am of the impression that yes, he is a Storm Giant, therefore he is fairly what I would consider to be magic adjacent, but I don't reckon he's going to be doing no prestidigitation on his sword and armour and what have you to keep it clean, so I think we'll be fine to go ahead with a bit of Agrax all over this. I had great fun with prestidigitation. The other week in a campaign where it was freezing cold, and I said to my DM, I said, "Oh well, does that matter? Because I've got prestidigitation." And he went, "Well, what do you mean?" And I said, "Well, I'm basically constantly heating my underpants." And he went, "Yeah, okay, I'll let you get away with that." Right. so I didn't have to worry about the effects of freezing, which was quite nice. I find prestidigitation is actually an often overlooked spell. It's quite useful for demonstrating how inherently magical you are. If somebody wants a proof of, oh, you know, how powerful are you, considering it's like the most basic practice spell, the effects of it can actually be incredible. You can describe so many different things that you can do with it that you can certainly impress upon a non-magic user about just how magic you are just through the use of prestidigitation. So I always highly recommend it as a utility cantrip. Having it in the mix is certainly better than wanting it and not having access to it. Oh, that's a bit too strong there, I think. Need to ease that off over the other side. Don't put any more paint on your brush, Fluent. Do that with what you've got on there. Wick some of that away. Oh, bloody hell. Bashing the camera again. Oh, I'm missing my marker as well. Oh no, it's all going wrong. Oh, damn it, I've gone way too strong on that one as well. Let's see if we can spread this paint about all over so that we don't end up making one area look far too corroded and what have you. It's the problem with shades. When you start getting a little bit carried away, you're like, yeah, shade, oh shit, what have I done? I've done it again there. I think we're just going to have the one more colour to do on, no, sorry, two more colours. We've got to do his boots, the non-metallic part of his boots. and we've got to do the red on his horse's brush and the tassels on his chest. So he is very nearly done. That's entire model start to finish. I'm going to do a couple of little highlights on him as well in white, just on his chest and just round here, just to bring that in a little bit. He's actually starting to look the part. When I'm seeing him on the camera, he does look quite nice. I'm quite happy with that. It's only when I'm sort of double checking myself, oh god damn, double checking myself, that I really worry about it. Yeah, that actually looks pretty good. I'm quite happy with that. I mean, you can tell what he is, at the very least. Hopefully, you can tell. Please tell me you can tell. He's a storm giant, of course. Right. Now, Boris the Big Toe. I'm going to be very, very cautious with this guy because, well, there we go. That's not cautious at all, is it? That's starting off with about 1,000,000 tons of paint on the brush. Let's take some of that back. We can just go a little bit more gently. Now I'm just wanting to knock back each and every one of these staples so that it's not bright and shiny and it looks a little bit more like some weird mad doctor has put them in him. Rather than someone from Office Depot. Now I'm going to have to make good on my promise in a bit and break out some actual like highlights on this skin tone, which I haven't done in quite a while, so I'm a bit scared. I'm a bit scared, folks. I think we've got this though. And I mean, I get what people say about contrast and all the rest of it. I mean, I constantly am talking about contrast on the channel because I'm a firm believer in contrast paints. I think that they are the second coming of, well, everything and anything. I personally believe that they are the best thing that Games Workshop have done for paints in 20 years. And I don't care that people go, oh, they're cheating and all the rest of it. I'm not that. I'm not that guy. And take that argument elsewhere. Nothing about the hobby is cheating, it's just a different method of doing it. And it's a great method, I personally think, and I wouldn't have been able to do this model without them. Which, you know, I mean, that's not kind of neither here nor there towards the whole scheme of everything, but the way the contrast paints have behaved has been kind of integral to how this model has come about. And this is going to be quite fun when I finally get to put these to use on the tabletop. I think that this guy is going to play an integral role in my next campaign. Because I think I'm going to end up running something along the lines of a variated Strahd. Right, how's that looking? That is pretty good on his top half. Just now need to finish off down here around his feet. Last little string of stitches. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Oh, hang on. One final little thing is just in here. Pop that in there as well, so that when I do his teeth, it's not all red. Okay, that's him done, and now it's time to dirty up our Viking lady. Okay. Sword looks pretty good. Yeah, that'll do. That works. These scales are very, very large. I don't know quite what that's all about. I feel like unnecessarily large, and that actually gets in the way a bit, but it's not too much of an issue. And I can't help but notice whoever sculpted the front forgot what size scales he was doing when he got round to the rear. You can see there to there. All right. What are we looking for time? Oh God, that is late. That is late. Oh, right. Now, Viking vehicle, I don't know what you want to call her really. She's a frost giant, so, but I've been quite inspired by the I don't actually know what I've been inspired by there. It's kind of weird. Well, that's our adventures with Agrax Earthshade done for another day. How are we looking with our boys and girls here? That's three big uns. Let's shuffle them over so that they're all in shot. That's three big bad models pretty much finished on strip. I mean, not quite, but getting pretty damn close. So I don't tend to go much over 4 hours. I think I'd probably be making a mistake if I tried to push it too much. I've got another wishbone to do tomorrow, so more swearing at cars. I'm sure that's what will happen. But I am thoroughly pleased with how these guys are coming on. Look at this. And we're going to work up the flesh a little bit. and it's looking nice. We've got some bruises and some purples and what have you going on in there. Yeah, I think that I'm properly happy with how that's come out. Just need to do a few little very light highlights, and keep it quite subtle, I think, on there. Pleased with that one. We have our Frost Giant. Again, really, really nice looking miniature there now. I'm very, very pleased with that. And she is basically done. I have missed off the hilt of the sword, the handle there, that I do need to work on. And I feel that some highlights on these bone areas might just be required, just to make it pop, to make her sing a little bit. I lost another. Yeah. Video pause. Why does it do that? So that's our Frost Giant, and then finally our Storm Giant. We've got basically one more colour to do on this guy, which is a bit of red on his comb and on these bits here, and then a bit of a highlight on the white on his robes. Probably won't do too much on his beard or his hair though, because I don't really think they need it. And then I've just got to do a little bit of leather colour on the on his boots there. He is really, really nice. I'm very, very happy with that model. I'm really, really pleased with how it came out. So yeah, there we go. 3 models on stream, basically start to finish. We're all good to go. So thank you to everybody who has dropped by. It always means the world to me that that people choose to spend time out of their day watching what I'm doing here on stream. I very much appreciate everyone who drops by. I do also appreciate anyone who drops me a little like or a follow or a subscribe over on YouTube, however you happen to express that that interest in the channel. But obviously it's not a requirement. I'm not going to come around your house and force you to do it. I'll be back again tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, Monday night and Tuesday night as well. So we'll see how those evenings play out as well. So until then, thank you very much everyone. Toodaloo, and I'll catch you on the next one.